All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated, please. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Morning, Your Honors. This is KSC BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimian Yakub Krasniqi.
Thank you. Mr. Krasniqi appears today by video link. The other accused are all present in court. We will now resume the testimony of prosecution witness 4741. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in. Good morning, witness. Welcome back. Today we will continue with your testimony. I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will attempt to clarify. Also, please remember to try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I also remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. Also remember to speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take a break, please let us know. We continue now with the cross-examination by the Krasniqi defense. Mr. Ellis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. And good morning, witness. Good morning, witness.
Good morning.
Finished last night, we were discussing the Serbian positions in around May of 1998. And it may be helpful if we have the map ready on screen again. It was DJK 00776. But as I've understood your evidence, witness, you were involved in direct fighting against the Serbian forces in your area on the 14th of June 1998. Is that right?
Oh. Yes.
In the 14th of June and the 25th, 26th of July 1998, you were involved in as many as 7 battles with the Serbian forces in that area, correct?
Yeah, no, not 7 battles. No.
Read back to you from the ICTY evidence. This is P1114.1 in the transcript at page 3584, beginning at line 18. You said there was on 17th of June, until the time of the offensive, there were 6 fights. All of them were successful. The 7th one was not that successful. We had to withdraw from Saralev. And the 7th one was the one on the 25th, 26th of July. Do you recall that evidence, witness?
Yes, but I wasn't a participant in all of them. But the battles were, as you put it.
7 battles in your area, but you were not directly a participant in all of them. Is that correct?
Correct.
And on each of those occasions, the Serbian forces were attacking the KLA, and you were in the defensive position, correct?
Yes.
So just pausing there for a moment, you had arrived in Croymere in April of 1998, and so from then to the start of the direct fighting in your area in the middle of June 98, you'd had a little over 2 months to create your unit and set up your positions. That's right, isn't it?
Yes. Correct.
Now, in July of 1998, of course, the first Serbian offensive was in progress, correct?
Correct.
If we have the map on screen, do you see at the far left-hand side of that page the town of Rahavec?
It's the same map.
Do you have Rahavec there in the bottom left-hand corner?
Yes. Yes.
Directly involved, I think, but you'd have been aware of that there was fighting in the area of Rahavec in the middle of July 1998, correct?
I wasn't involved, but I know that there was fighting there.
After Serbian forces recaptured Rahavec, they moved on Malishev, didn't they?
I wasn't present in that part, so I don't know.
Do you know that there were attacks by the Serbian forces on KLA positions in the Lupuznik Gorge by the 23rd of July?
Yes.
In
Yes.
the Lupuznik Gorge by the 26th of July of 98, correct?
Yes.
But at that time, what had happened is that there were a wave of Serbian offensives across KLA positions from Rahavec through Malishev through Lupuznik, correct?
Yes.
And that's at the same time that you in your area were facing direct attacks from Serbian units as well, correct?
Yes.
And in your statement to the ICTY at V000-4378-1-A TRET, beginning at page 52, line 25, you had this to say about Fatmir Limay at that time. The area of responsibility, I haven't seen him for a period of 1 month and a half when there was fierce fighting or fighting during the first offensive. I haven't seen persons. We weren't able to hold these meetings. I remained at something of Croymere with civil population, so I was helping the civilians at that time. Do you recall giving that statement to the ICTY investigators?
This happened 1 month later, not at this time. It was not July, it was August. It's a mistake there.
What happened, isn't it? There was an initial offensive in July of 1998, well, beginning in June, going into July of 1998.
What I said then is that for a time we were left without the brigade commander. It was 2 weeks or 1 month, I'm not sure. in August, after the murder of Kumanova, after the killing of Kumanova, not as you are saying. In June, July was okay. It was a month later. At this time, it was not what you are putting to me, that we didn't have the brigade commander. At this time, things were okay in June, that is. Things happened after August, after the killing of Kumanova. And I have indeed said what you already put to me.
When you say things were okay, that's okay in the context of the time, in that you were facing a series of attacks in your area from Serbian forces at the same time as a broader offensive moving across from the Malyshev area, correct?
There was fighting there too, but I don't know about that area. I am talking about the place where I was. We were in our positions. When I say we were okay, I mean we were organized, we were fighting, we were in our positions.
At that time in your positions, you were also having to cope with a large influx of civilian refugees from the Malyshev area in particular, weren't you?
At that time, I was on the front line. I know that there was an influx of people, but even our citizens started to leave the place and go towards Lipyan. Co-villagers left because of the shelling by the Serbs, so they started to leave the village. This happened at the time you are referring to.
And one of the areas that civilians left to from Malyshev was into the mountains of the Berisha mountain area, correct?
I wasn't there. Maybe they went there, but I have no information about that.
Your information is about what was happening in Crimea, in the area where you were in the defensive positions you were occupying there, correct?
Correct.
Could we then deal with the August offensive? Again, you have the map, I hope, still on the screen there, witness. Do you see a village called Luznitsa, which is to the southwest of Crimea?
Yes, yes.
What I'm going to suggest to you was happening in August is that, this is late August, is that there was an attack from Serbian forces both from Dula and from Saralev. So the KLA positions were being attacked in two directions from the Serbian forces. That's right, isn't it?
They were attacked on all sides.
And it was at the village of Luznitsa that Kumanova and others were killed by Serbian forces at this time, correct?
Yes.
Serbian forces pushed all the way up to Klečka and took Klečka itself by the end of August 1998, didn't they?
Yes.
So the position that you're in at that point, you're still located in the Crimea area, correct?
Yes. That is the time that I meant earlier when I started to say something.
The KLA positions all the way up to Klečka have been swept aside by the Serbian offensive, correct?
Në këtë kohë kemi
At this time, the Serbs entered, took up our positions and entered where we were, and we were surrounded, my battalion that is, on all sides by the Serb forces. At this time, we were more interested in defending the population rather than fighting back. I remember I have a map which shows where we took up our positions to defend the population, stood guard. That is the time when, because of the Serbian forces that entered there, we couldn't communicate with one another, but just were focused on protecting the population.
Your Honour, at that point I tender the map.
You intend to do so without any indications on the map by the witness as to the locations you've discussed?
Well, I didn't do terribly well at getting the locations marked last time. I think I ended up creating two separate maps. If it would assist Your Honours, I can go through the exercise. But
You have no record, you just have a map, you know.
well, except that the witness has been through and identified locations on the map as being places where there were positions.
I'll leave it to you, you know, if you wish to enter it this way, it's fine.
Well, could the witness then have the pen to be able to mark the map? Thank you. Witness, could I invite you to mark Kroimir, first of all? And are you able to circle the village of Luznica that we've just spoken about?
unë në Lozhnicë nuk kam qenë asnjë.
I was never in Luznica, but I know where it is. If you want me, I can encircle it. I don't know why you are asking me to do that, but I was never in Luznica.
Some of the other ones that you mentioned used more time with.
He's
He's indicated that he doesn't know very much about that.
Very well. And Klečka, then, you have spoken about. Can you indicate that on the map?
Të gjej një.
Let me find it. I think I made a mistake here at Javor. Let me find where Klečka is. At this time, we couldn't enter in Klečka. I don't know why I have to encircle it. The Serbs were in Klečka, not us. I'm circling it. I don't know why I have to do that.
Just making a record, we're just asking that the things that got mentioned are marked on the map so we know where they are, that's all.
E kuptova.
I got it.
And we spoke also about Dula on the main road, which you confirmed is where the Serbian checkpoint was located. Do you see that?
Po. Tash e gjej.
Yes, I will find it.
Po.
Yes. Here too, we couldn't enter. It was taken by the Serbs. That is, the Serbs were positioned there.
Saralev, please.
Ta gjej. Edhe në këtë kohë.
The Serbs were stationed there also.
Your Honour, I think that will do for these purposes, if I could now tender the map.
Yes, the larger cities are self-evident.
Yes.
So that's fine. Any objection to the map?
No objection.
DJK 00776 is admitted in evidence, as marked.
And that will be assigned Exhibit 4D49. And Your Honors, I know there is no classification indicated in legal workflow. Can we clarify if this is public or confidential?
I don't see any reason why it can't be public.
It should be public.
Thank you.
Thank you. Witness, I'm going to move on to a different topic to ask you some more questions about the provisional regulations, which were shown by the prosecution. It was Exhibit P8, if we could have that back on the screen. Now, you've said that you saw the provisional regulations in the summer of 1998. Of course, we appreciate 25 years later, it's difficult to be precise about dates. Could it have been in July of 1998 that you saw these?
ممكن
It could have been June, July, I can't be accurate. But I do know that we received it from the brigade. Either it was Shukri who brought it or one of them.
And the document says on its first page, Pristina, 1998. It may be obvious, but the KLA was not based in Pristina in 1998, was it?
I got it from them. I don't know where it was printed. I don't know about that. I am not competent. I am not the drafter of this regulation, but this is how we got it. You have to ask someone else. I have no information about that. We got it as it is here.
Could we move on then to the second page of the PDF? Now, you were asked some questions yesterday by Mr. Misetic about the KLA oath. The question that I want to put to you is that it's right, isn't it, that you did not actually take this oath in 1998, did you?
I took the oath earlier. I was late that day. Wherever there were points of by soldiers, we had to go there. I mean, people had to go there and ensure that the soldiers took the oath.
Yourself were at the front line and missed taking the oath. That's right, isn't it?
I was at a position and I went there late for the oath. I had to report to the commander, Fatmi Limay, but I didn't do that.
Can we move on then to page 14 of the PDF? I'm looking at paragraph 11 in particular. On the left-hand side, yes, I think that should be it. Do you see there a provision in the regulations saying that regular soldiers must always be clean-shaven and have short hair? Do you have that on your screen, witness?
Yes.
Right, and that at various points in 1998, Fatma Limay, Kumanova, Islak Musliu, all had beards, didn't they?
Kan pas mjekra
Yes, they did have beards. Apparently, they haven't abided by the regulation. You may ask them why they were not shaven. Myself, I was always clean shaven. You might ask them why not.
You were also taken by the prosecution to some of the rules in this document about the military police. You recall seeing those rules?
pas ja.
Yes.
I want to, in your statement to the ICTY at V000-4379-1-A-TRET, page 33, lines 8 to 10, you had said, so it was a rule, so I can remember now from the statute, you are strictly forbidden of killing women, children, non-uniformed men. Do you recall giving that evidence to the ICTY witness?
Do më thënë, kështu kam thënë,
This is what I said. That was the rule. That we shouldn't wage war against children, civilians, women. That was how it was in the rules. Only against uniformed men.
Page 16 of the PDF. You've been taken to some of these provisions in relation to the military police already, but I just want to put some more of them to give the full context. First of all, do you see paragraph 6 there? It provides individuals who exercise the duties of the military police must have completed at least secondary school or have long war experience. Do you see that in the regulations, sir?
po,
Yes.
Communicative and have good manners in their dealings with citizens and travellers of all categories. In contacts with travellers, they must be polite and have good manners. That's right, isn't it?
shumë e vërtet.
Yes. Right. So.
And you said yesterday to Mr. Misetic, when you were choosing people for the military police, you would propose the names and you thought they were perhaps the best, the most, the well-behaved. That's right, isn't it? You were looking for people who would be the best, the well-behaved, correct?
Ne I propozonim ata,
We merely proposed them, but we thought they were the best. But it was the brigade that decided whether to recruit them or not.
pas raste kur
There were instances when they said, this is not good, I mean this person, and they took them off the list.
Paragraph 8 provides, which I think should also be on your screen, when on duty at a checkpoint, they must treat all travellers equally. Do you see that in the regulations as well?
po,
Yes.
To politely convince travellers that they're doing their duty, correct?
unë nuk e
Yes. I don't know why are you putting me this question. This applies to the military police, not to us.
And finally, you should also see a bullet point above 6 on your screen that says not to use physical force except when attacked or prevented from carrying out their duty. Do you see that in the military police rules, witness?
e shoh.
See that? But again, I'm saying, why are you asking me such questions? When they were meant for the military police, I was never a military police or military police leader. I'm commander.
I see. I'll move on in that case. No. Now, I want to ask you about an incident in your interview with the prosecution where you say that your soldiers stopped Jakub Krasniqi, and it's from your interview with the prosecution at part 2. Do you recall speaking to the prosecution about that, sir?
Paul,
Yes. May I explain it?
Let me take you through it, sir, because from the middle of June 1998, it was known publicly that Jakub Krasniqi was the spokesperson of the KLA, wasn't it?
Paul,
Yes.
He didn't use a pseudonym. He was known by his name, Jakub Krasniqi, wasn't he?
Paul,
Yes.
It's right, isn't it, that from mid-November 1998 until February 1999, Jakub Krasniqi's family was staying in the village of Kroimir at the house of your relative Amet Chirici. That's right, isn't it?
I have a photograph which depicts Jakub Krasniqi's family and my family, Altin too, when he was young. And frequently they'd say, how come Jakub Krasniqi would never come and see us again, since his family stayed with ours when they entered the gorge? So I can also tell you about another case when he came over with Idris Aseli, and I could also tell you about, or perhaps give you this document, so what the soldiers reported. I didn't send it to the prosecution or submit it to them, but I can.
Just follow through with the questions that I'm asking. We'll be able to complete your evidence that way, witness. But you confirmed, I think, in your evidence at the end of yesterday that you knew that Serbian forces would attack the family of somebody who was known to be part of the KLA. You recall confirming that yesterday?
sucked.
Correct. Correct.
And like everyone else, the Serbian forces were well aware that Jakub Krasniqi was the spokesperson of the KLA, correct?
I do not know whether they were aware of it, but they must have, because it was public knowledge.
And the reason why Jakub Krasniqi's family were in Kroimir was that they had been attacked by the Serbian police at their home on the 10th of November 1998. Were you aware of that, sir?
Yes,
No, I was not.
In any event, there was a period from mid-November 1998 to February 1999 when Mr. Krasniqi was coming to Kroimir to see his family members who were there, correct?
To my knowledge, all I know is about that day. I do not know about any other days, but I do remember that day because the soldiers, when they asked him, they didn't have permission until they realized who he was. I explained it to them, and any other days I do not remember. It could well be the case, but I have not seen him.
Now, I want to move on to a different topic, witness, which is you were asked some questions about Flag Day in 1998. You recall those questions about the Flag Day ceremony?
Paul,
Yes, I do.
Now, can you explain for the court what the significance of Flag Day is for Kosovo Albanians?
është dita më e madhe
It is the most important day in our history. I cannot perhaps express everything here, but it is a major significant day for us, the most significant.
It's a celebration of independence from the Ottoman Empire, in part, isn't it?
po sa
Yes,
An occasion when people would get together, make patriotic speeches and sing patriotic songs, correct?
po edhe tash është ajo.
yes, even to this day, the tradition continues. Even to this day, I also celebrate Flag Day. We celebrate it. We go to Gjirokastra, Tirana, Vlora, along with the soldiers, that is.
And on the occasion of the Flag Day in 1998, as well as the fighters being present, the KLA, there were civilians present as well, weren't there?
Po,
Yes.
And there were family members of some of the KLA martyrs at the ceremony, weren't there?
sigurisht.
Absolutely.
It would be natural that any speaker on that occasion would want to give hope to the civilians, to the families of the martyrs, and indeed the fighters, correct?
Normal.
Correct.
Now, can I then have on screen SPOE? I'm sorry, it's now got a P number. It's P01124. Yeah. Just whilst that's coming up, witness, it's right, isn't it, that prior to this Flag Day in November 1998, the KLA had lost a significant number of fighters, including in the Klečka area in the offensives that we've talked about.
Edhe një herë?
Could you repeat that, please?
Out of the flow a little bit, that's my fault. By the time that this Flag Day celebration was happening, the KLA had lost a significant number of its fighters in the August offensive that we've just talked about, including in the Klečka area.
Yes, yes.
Nuk është bërë luftë.
In fact, there wasn't fighting in Klečka, but in the surrounding area, so yes, there were considerable losses.
Prosecution took you to a passage on page 3 of this document. If we could move to that, please. And what the prosecution read to you was a quotation from Shaban Dragaj, which began, in the KLA there exists a unified command. What I want to show you is the sentence immediately above that, which says, for public opinion, he wishes to dispel the untruths concerning the KLA. Do you see that sentence immediately above the paragraph that the prosecution read to you?
Po,
Yes, I can see it.
And it's right, isn't it, that Shaban Dragaj then, therefore, was speaking, as he said, for public opinion.
po.
Yes.
Convey an image that the KLA was organised, unified and strong at that point in time, correct?
Yes, when I was asked, however, I simply said that Shaban Ragai was the operational head of one-to-one brigade. So what he meant to say or wanted to say, it's really up to him. I cannot guess. I didn't do so for the prosecution, and I do not intend to do so. All I can say is that Shaban has given a major contribution, and I can tell you now that I didn't say this in the prosecution when the restructuring of the battalion was undertaken. He was there, but I don't know what more to say. I haven't said anything else, but the operational head of one-to-one brigade.
Thank you, witness. I certainly don't want you to guess. If there's an answer you don't know, you must by all means say so. Now, what you did say to the prosecution about that Flag Day is that you recalled that we were called to bring as many soldiers as we could for the photo, to show as many soldiers as possible. Do you recall saying that to the prosecution?
Yes, many. Yes, I said that indeed because that was the case.
And the intention was that to photograph or video as many soldiers as you could so that the KLA looked strong, correct?
Of course, that was the thought behind it.
Now, I want to move on to the last topic that I want to ask you about, witness, which is some evidence you've given about Tirana in 1999. And it's right, isn't it, that you left Kosovo and went to Albania around the 10th or 15th of January 1999?
Yes, indeed, because on the 23rd of January 1999, I was in Tirana, and in actual fact, I made a request. I submitted a request to the General Staff to help my family because my wife and my son were in Tirana. So I actually sent a request in writing. I didn't bring it here today, but of course, if needed, I can bring it to you. But I put in this request for 600 Deutschmarks to be given to my wife and son, 300 Deutschmarks to cover the rent, and 300 for foodstuffs per month. But I did send the request in, and then it was my friends from the diaspora who looked after my family. And it is the case today that, for instance, for what I'm wearing here today, it is a friend of mine from the diaspora who actually gave me the money to pay this, but I've been unemployed now for about 5 years. Why? I do not know. I didn't mean to say this, by the way, but you made me almost say this. I do not think there's anything sinister about it, but all I knew, I have already said, not only to protect and defend what the KLA has done, but for the photograph, what can I say? If you ask me if I know someone, of course I can say I know them if I do, or about an article, but whatever I've said, everything I've said, the prosecution does have. And in terms of some provocative questions, I would say that I am willing to give any documents I have to prove what I have said, even things that I have not already handed in. But for us and my friends, it is very important that we defend this glorious war. I, of course, have the highest respect for you, but sometimes the questions that are asked here, although I can see that you're not against the war, there's nothing sinister about this. However, it would be good if you, as counsel, could also defend the war that we waged for the sake of all of those fighters, for the sake of those martyrs. Our war was a fair war. We were on the right side. Thank you for listening to me.
Witness, I'm just trying at the moment to establish some dates with you for the period when you were in Tirana. So I'm going to try and keep the questions quite direct, and we'll see if we can move towards the end of my...
Okay.
I'm trespassing over my 45 minutes, but I hope I'll be given 5 more. Having then reached Tirana on the 25th of, you said the 23rd of January 1999. You're in Albania until you go back to Kosovo in June of 99. Is that right?
I remained in Albania. Well, I went to Koshara then, and then I returned in June 1999. That's correct. But I did take part in the battles in Koshara, but I didn't stay in Albania the whole time.
And you, I think, started mentioning that you went to the KLA office in Tirana, and you told the prosecution that that was in January or February 1999. Do you recall giving that evidence?
That's what I said, but then I found the request, which was made on the 23rd of January, the request I mentioned, about help for my family. I found it later when I was at the prosecution. I wasn't quite clear about the date, so I said approximately January to February because I didn't want to be wrong. But now, having found the request, the date was the 23rd of January.
You, I imagine, know that Jakub Krasniqi was part of the KLA delegation to the Rambouillet peace negotiations in February of 1999, wasn't he?
Please, sir, please. When I went to the office, I cannot know the date exactly, what date it was when I entered Tirana, but I swear by our flag that there is nothing different to what I've said in the past, what I'm about to say. I met Jakub Krasniqi, Javed Haliti, Azem Sula, Ladrovci was there, Shamit Muya. I submitted a request to help my family out. I had to take my wife with me and my son, and I didn't need to lie about this. I simply wrote down the reality. I reflected the reality for the sake of the history of the war and nothing else. I'm sorry, I'm not against anyone at all. I'm here to protect the truth of our war, to defend it. I was there. I do not know the exact date, but I'm sure that the people who were there will, the ones I mentioned, will remember the date. Those who were present will remember the date. I was there with my wife and my son, who was 1.5 years old. So I had to take my wife along to confirm that my wife lived in Tirana back then, and still they didn't help me.
What I'm putting to you, witness, is that Jakub Krasniqi was not in Tirana in January or in February of 1999.
I really am sorry. That day he was in the office. I really am very sorry. Yes, he was.
Could it be that you went to the office in Tirana on more than one occasion during those months when you were in Albania?
I can't remember. I can't remember. I think I was there only once, perhaps twice at the most. It could be twice. Once I was definitely there with my wife and son. Perhaps I've been there on another occasion too. But my request, which was dated 23rd of January, maybe I went in earlier or later. I cannot possibly say I went there on this date or that date because I didn't take note of them. However, the written request was dated the 23rd of January. Maybe I went in earlier or later, but my request was dated the 23rd of January.
So you could be mistaken that you saw Jakub Krasniqi there in January or February of 99, correct? It could be later.
I I know that I saw him there. I am not insisting that it was either January or February, but I thought it was in January or February that I saw him there. It could be later, but the most important thing here is that when I went there to ask for help, the people I've already mentioned were there. They were present. And perhaps they will remember, but when I went there to ask for help, they mentioned a dirty word, and I said to my wife, "Come on, let's go now." Because somebody there said something untoward. I didn't really want to do that, but, you know, I'm sorry.
Yeah, what I'm putting to you as to Mr. Krasniqi's movements is that he left from Kosovo to the Rambier negotiations in February, and he was not in Tirana until after the Paris negotiations in March 1999. You wouldn't be able to dispute his movements at that time, would you?
So you're saying that he went there in February. I think I saw him in January. I saw him in the office. That's the most important thing. I've never said something with an ill intent. I've just said that I saw him in the office, and not just him, the entire team. I've also written this down for the purposes of a book, and I remember the date because I was asking for help for my family. Otherwise, I wouldn't even remember this meeting or recall that meeting. The only reason was to write a book because my family never received any help, whereas others, even though they were just out and about in Tirana, they were being paid, whereas my family was being helped by Mother Teresa's order and other friends of mine in the diaspora.
Very well. Your Honour, I've gone 5 minutes over, but I think I'm complete. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Any request for redirect?
Yes, about 5 minutes, Your Honours.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Witness, during cross-examination yesterday, you were questioned about supposed orders. I'm sorry about my voice. About supposed orders given by Mr. Limay in the name of the General Staff during the weekly meetings you attended. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Specifically, it was put to you that since you only received orders from the brigade command and not directly from the General Staff, you had no way of knowing whether orders did even come from the General Staff or not. This was at pages 63 to 64 of yesterday's provisional transcript. Now, I want to go back to the part that counsel for Mr. Selimi was referring to in your evidence, which was in your SPO interview, P1115.3, pages 12 to 13. There you were saying, I'm reading from line 15, there's no need to bring up the transcript, Fatmir frequently gave orders in the name of the General Staff. Then you were asked, what kind of orders? If you can just try to remember some of them. And you replied, regular ones, such as what preparations are needed to be made, you know, just daily work type of things. And then you said you did not remember any specific example, also in light of the fact that it was, you know, more than 20 years ago. Do you remember that part of your statement?
Yes, I do. Yes.
I want to show you some orders from the General Staff addressed to your brigade, to Brigade 121, and then I'll ask you some questions. Can I first call up Exhibit P627 in both languages, please? Do you see the document on the screen, Mr. Witness? We have now both the English and the Albanian. So this is a KLA General Staff Order signed by Zurapi and dated 11 January 1999. It's brief, you can scroll through it. It is about security measures for the facilities of the Free Kosovo Radio Station and Kosovo Press Agency. Do you know where those facilities were located?
Muhammed Fitni?
You're asking me, correct?
Kosova Press?
Kosovo Press was somewhere in Berisha. Could you actually scroll up, please? Okay, it's fine here.
Yeah, so you know they were located in the Berisha Mountains, correct?
Yes, somewhere there. I do not know exactly where because I was never there myself, but I know it was there somewhere.
To the commander of Brigade 121. And then the last line, he charges the commander with the implementation of the order. Did you see this order before?
No, I have not seen it before.
Mr. President, I'm going to object that this is outside the scope of cross-examination unless foundation can be established that this is an order directed to Fatmir Limai on the 12th as Brigade Commander 121 in January of 1999.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Yes. So you said you did not see this order before. In your line of command as battalion commander, in fact, as you told us, you would not receive orders from the general staff, but you would receive orders from the battalion commander, whether in weekly meetings or in the ways that you reported, right?
Oh.
Yes. Yes.
One more order to show you, and then I'll put you some questions.
Ms. Dascoli, did you mean battalion commander or brigade commander? It's line 17 of page 27.
I meant, thank you, Your Honors, I meant you would receive orders from your brigade commander.
Thank you.
Thank you for the correction, Your Honors.
Oh.
Yes.
Order from the screens and call up, please, P632. Witness, this is a KLA General Staff Order signed by Zurapi and dated the 28th of January 1999. I take it you did not see the order because, of course, this is from the end of January.
As once again, please. No, I have not seen this. No.
Yeah.
No, I have not.
It is addressed to the 121 Brigade Command, and it is about borrowing an anti-tank weapon rocket from units of the LAPI operational zone. Again, the commander of Brigade 121 is put in charge of its execution. Now, having seen these two orders, my first question is, do these represent examples of your brigade receiving orders from the general staff, as you were telling us in your evidence?
Objection again, Mr. President. First, lack of foundation because the witness wasn't, this is outside the time that the witness was commander of the battalion. And second, again, I have to reiterate, this is supposedly directed at the cross-examination of whether Fatmir Limai was exaggerating when he was saying at meetings that he was receiving orders from the general staff. And now we're going beyond that to whether orders issued to a battalion commander. And I think that's outside the scope of anything that was raised in cross-examination.
The objection's overruled. It's reasonably within the confines of what was asked. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honors. Witness, I'll repeat my question. Having seen these two orders, do they represent an example of the Brigade 121 receiving orders from the General Staff?
Yes. Yes, based on this document, one can see that he didn't do it on his own. I didn't believe him back then. I thought he was actually saying this on his own account, but no.
My other question is whether are these example of the hierarchical relation that you refer to in your statements between battalion versus brigade and brigade versus General Staff?
Yes.
Question: do orders of this type reflect the structure and the military hierarchy of the KLA that you observed as battalion commander in your time with the KLA and that you refer to in several parts of your statements?
Yes. Yes.
My questions. Thank you, Your Honors. Thank you, witness.
We'll take a 10-minute break at this time. Witness, we will take a 10-minute break. Please join the court usher to be escorted from the room. Do not speak to anyone about your testimony in this trial. We'll take a 10-minute adjournment.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Just a note, we spoke about this a week ago or so. The ongoing traffic in the courtroom is very, very distracting, and people coming and going out of the courtroom. We have enough breaks that we can try to, if we can, I understand every once in a while you need something special, but we have enough breaks built in to deal with going and fetching more materials. So just try to keep it in mind that it is distracting. It's distracting to the witness when the witness is testifying and he's looking to see who's moving all the time. It's not good for the flow of the testimony. You may bring the witness in, Madam Usher. All right, witness. Can you hear okay?
Oh.
Good. Some of the judges have questions for you at this time. Judge Barta.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Good morning, witness.
Menzies.
Good morning.
Oh.
Yes, I do.
Witness, the panel has a few more questions for you, which we believe are necessary to better understand the evidence you have given so far. So my first questions relate to what you told the SPO in your interview in July 2019. On pages 21 to 22 of part 7 of your interview, this is exhibit P1115.7, you mentioned that LPK members were put in leadership roles within the military structure of the KLA. You actually said, among other things, the following on page 21, lines 20 to 23, and I quote, "So the LPK was an organization which took upon itself the directing of the war, and we other groups addressed them as leaders or the leaders. So the whole time, the leadership was from their ranks," end of quote. Could you please tell us more about this? Perhaps you can give us an example of a person who obtained a leadership role within the KLA because of his or her membership in the LPK.
Shumnica kanske.
Most of them were. When I requested to join the war in Argao, I submitted a written request. There was Emrush Jemaili there, Abbas Zukay, Ali Ahmeti, Gafurel El-Shani, and others. So I presented my request as a group to be admitted in the ranks of the KLA. Most of them were leaders. It was a public knowledge. Azem Sula, for example, was a general commander of the general staff of the KLA, and others.
But you were not a member of the LPK, is that right?
Ja.
No, I was.
I
was a volunteer. During the time I was in Germany, I participated in rallies. I was involved in their organization, but I was not a member.
And why did LPK members get leadership positions within the KLA from your point of view? What was the reason for it?
I don't know how to explain it, but they were the ones that organized the war, enabled us to join the war. I don't know how else to explain it.
Thank you. My next question is also about what you said in your SPO interview. And according to the transcript of that interview, this is P1115.5 on page 27, you said about Mr. Thaçi that you believed that he was involved in politics and that Azem Züller was higher in the hierarchy of the KLA than Mr. Thaçi because Mr. Züller was the general commander. Can I ask you to explain what you meant by this? Did you mean that Mr. Thaçi's role and authority was purely political? In other words, that he was not able to make or participate in military decisions?
The way I heard later, because initially we didn't know what their positions were, but afterwards I heard that he was involved in political aspects of work in the general staff and that he participated in the Rambouillet conference. As to his accurate position, I didn't know at the time. It was only after the war that we learned. In relation to Azem Sula, we knew that he was general commander of the KLA. This is what they said at that time. And after the war, in the media, we read about their positions. The history that was written in this way, there isn't more to say on my part.
given an order or an instruction to other members of the KLA during your meetings with him in 1998?
Yeah.
No, please, no. With the exception of the time that he was in Crimea, I never saw him. I didn't deal with the general staff or with the zone. My responsibility involved only relations with the brigade only.
And how did Mr. Thaçi look like when you met him? Was he wearing a uniform or civilian clothes?
He was in uniform, he was in civilian clothes.
I assume not at the same time, right? So in one meeting he had a uniform, in the other meeting he wore civilian clothes, right?
I wasn't part of them in the meetings, as I said, but in the occasional meetings at one time that he came in Crimea, this is what I meant in my statement, not during meetings.
That meeting in Crimea, was he wearing a uniform or was he wearing civilian clothes?
I don't recall accurately. Usually, he was wearing overcoat. That day, I don't remember very well what he was wearing.
Thank you. I move on. In part 2 of your SBO statement, you describe Mr. Recep Selimi as the #1 guy in Kosovo, and I refer to Exhibit P 1115.2, page 9, line 7. Do you remember saying this to the SBO? I ask you again on what basis you made this description. In other words, why did you think that Mr. Selimi was the #1 guy, or at least an important figure in the KLA in Kosovo at the time, that is, if I'm not mistaken, in March or April 1998? Is that correct?
Because Azem Sula sent me to Recep Selimi. And from there, that is from Likovs, we went to about our own places. So it was Recep Selimi that we went to first. And from that, I understood that he was someone, because from there we went to the designated places, they told us. That's why I said he was #1.
Thank you, but you didn't know at the time what role or position Mr. Selimi had in the KLA, is that right? You didn't know his exact position or exact role.
That's true. I didn't know his accurate role or position, but based on the fact that Azem Sula sent me to Recep Selimi, I assumed that he was a leader, and then he sent us to the designated places. I didn't know actually his position, but that he was a valuable, important person. Yes.
Learn what role or position Mr. Selimi had or held in the KLA, if any?
Later on, through the media, through public appearances, because I never met him again, but I heard others speak about him in the media.
Do you hear?
That he was a member of the general staff. I don't know his exact position.
Thank you. Witness, during your cross-examination by the Selimi defense, you said the following about your relationship with Fatmir Limay and Recep Selimi. I quote, Listen, I knew that Fatmir is at a higher position, and he said to me, I have to deal with Likots. He told me, you don't have anything to do with that. And so after that, I reported to him. I believed that he was on a higher position and that he would report dutifully where he should, end of quote. First of all, do you remember saying this? It was yesterday.
I meant he had a higher position than me, than myself. And that I reported to him. He, on his part, reported further to Likovs. That's what he told me. You have to report to me, and I will report to Likovs.
Understanding, what did Mr. Limai mean by saying that he had to deal with Likots? Was he referring to a specific person or to an institution?
He said that I would report to Likovs because that's where the base was and where they were supposed to report to. He didn't say anything else to me.
Are you aware that in Likots or Likovats, or that Likots or Likovats also, or there's at least an assertion that Likots served as the general staff headquarters, especially in spring 1998?
This is what they said, but I was never there, only when we passed by. But I wasn't present at any meeting, but people said that it was as you put it.
This is why I was asking whether Mr. Limai, from your point of view, was referring to an institution, to the general staff, for example, or to a specific person, like Mr. Recep Salimi.
I think, yes, he meant the institution.
The general staff.
I think so, yes.
I would like to draw your attention to another topic that was addressed in your SPO interview in 2019, namely to an event that, according to your statement, happened in Kroimir in May or beginning of June 1998, where you set up defenses against the Serbs with Kadri Veseli. Do you remember that?
No, I remember it was only the visit of Kadri. We were digging up trenches, setting up positions, and I've often said this publicly. He helped me, showing me where to set up positions, which was the most suitable position. And I often refer to that. I said that it enabled us to be successful in our war.
P1115.1, page 18, lines 19 to 25, and P1115.8, pages 1 and the following pages. Witness, you also said that Mr. Veseli was a member of the general or the central staff at the time. Is that correct?
This is what we thought then.
And how did you know that, or why did you think that Mr. Veseli was part of the general staff at the time, that is in May or June, beginning of June 1998?
This is what people said. I don't know how to explain it better.
At the time? You heard that from other...
Yes, at the time.
for objecting. But the passage of the evidence that deals with this has the witness saying that he did not know in June or May 1998, but only found out at the end of the year. Whereas the question is put on the basis that he did know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you know what his role or function was at the time within the general staff or central staff?
Not co-second.
At that time, I didn't know. But later on, we thought he was part of the informative service. But at the time, no.
You said informative service. Are you referring to the intelligence service of the KLA?
Mendoj është.
I think so.
Madam Court Officer, could we please have Exhibit P1115.8, page 8 on the screen? Lines 16 to 22 in the English read as follows. Hope you can see it in the Albanian as well. You were asked, what was Kadri Veseli's role in the general staff? And your answer was, no, I don't know. Question, you said before you didn't know at that time a lot, but what do you know? You know now. What was his position? Answer, I'm not certain. But because he was the chief of the intelligence service after the war, it's likely that he was in the intelligence service. End of quote. My question is, witness, is this still what you believe?
Po.
Yes, it is.
To be clear about that, you yourself have no information that Mr. Veseli was in fact active in the intelligence service, or what his task, task he had in May or June 1998. Is that correct?
Jo, s'kam pas informacion.
No, I had no information at that time. As I have stated here, after the war, I thought he was in that position, but I didn't know it at that time. Just as I've said here, I abide by that.
I think this is clear now. Thank you. Let me move on to the next topic. In part 2 of your SPO interview, you said that you gave Jakub Krasniqi and Fatmir Limay a Mercedes when they were appearing on TV towards the end of 1998 so that they could make a good impression. And this is from P1115.2, pages 41 to 42. And I think it was also addressed by the Krasniqi defense yesterday. Witness, can I ask you, could you be more precise about when this event took place? Was that in October or November or in December 1998? What do you mean by the end of the year or towards the end of the year 1998?
I can't be accurate about the month. It was in 98. It may have been September, October, but this vehicle was given to me by a citizen from Saralev. He is retired now. It was not a personal gift. It was given to me for the war. So people could have taken it from me, might have ordered me to give it up. It was one of the best cars at that time. It was actually the best car we had. I said I gave it to them because I received it as a gift for the war by a citizen.
Time of these events, what were Mr. Krasniqi's and Mr. Lima's roles or functions, if you know?
Nuk më me ditë unë
I don't know. Whatever I saw it in the media from their public appearances. I know that Jakub was a spokesperson. I never knew the exact position of Fatmir.
vetëm ato publike.
Only from what I saw from the public news and media appearances.
The Mr. Krasniqi had an additional task or role at that time?
Yes, besoj për
No, I don't think he had, other than the spokesperson for the KLA. I don't know, actually.
More precise, do you know whether he was deputy commander or one of two deputy commanders of the KLA? Were you aware of that, or are you aware of that now?
na vetëm avon çka kemi ndëgju.
It's only what we heard later, but back then, no, I didn't know.
Thank you. And one last question about the incident with the car. In your SPO statement, P1115.2, page 41, lines 17 to 19, you said that you had used the car, the Mercedes, yourself, at least for some time, and then gave it to the general staff. And then this was written down, you said, according to the transcript as well. And you continued by saying, I quote, there was a form for that. Can I ask you, can you tell us what kind of form were you referring to?
Si formular?
Exactly what did you mean, a form? I don't recall.
Maybe it helps if I could ask Madam Court Officer to have exhibit P1115.2, page 41, for us on the screen.
Më fal, prej kam ndonjë.
I'm sorry, I touched that, but sorry for that.
I will read it to you in English. So or maybe you can see it. It's in the English. It's line 17, starts line 17 and goes on until line 19. I will read it to you, so please listen. You said, so I'm proud of this, starting line 16, that a citizen brought me a car. It was a Mercedes, and I used it for some time and then gave it to the general staff, which
Yes.
form for that. I was referring, end of quote, I was referring to the term form. I hope you can see it in the Albanian version as well. And if so, can I ask you what kind of form were you referring to?
I apologize, Your Honor. I'm informed now that there's a discrepancy between the Albanian and the English version, and that I'm told the word form does not appear in the Albanian version.
Nuk është në shqip. U mundova me
No, it's not on the Albanian. I was trying to look for it, but no.
ask a different question. Was there a form for goods or things that were given to the KLA to you? And if so, who issued that form?
Nuk
I don't.
nuk po e kuptoj tash.
I just simply don't understand. Why would there be a form? I don't really understand.
I don't know. This is why I'm asking you, actually. Let me ask you another question in this context. Can you describe how it worked? How did you give the Mercedes to the two persons you mentioned, to Mr. Krasniqi and Mr. Limai? How did it happen?
Ja,
Well, no. I don't actually remember exactly. Fatmir Limai was, of course, there, said he needed it. I don't know whether they asked for it or whether I volunteered to give them the car. I can't remember, to be honest. But just like I've said here, is that basically I gave them the car so that when they would appear in the media, the general staff members would look like they had a good vehicle that they were using. I mean, really, that's what it is about. I cannot remember anything else.
You also cannot remember whether you had to sign or others, these two persons, had to sign in order to make a proper record?
ja.
No.
Witness, you also told the SPO in 2019, and it was also mentioned here yesterday, that Azam Zula, Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, and Jakub Krasniqi all came to see you in Crimea in order to hear your explanation of what had happened in relation to your conflict with Mr. Buya, Shukri Buya, and that you were told to carry on as before, and that Mr. Buya would be transferred to the Neurodema zone. Is that right?
Exakt.
It's right.
Referring to P1115.4, pages 5 to 6. Witness, could you give us more details about that meeting or visit in Crimea, starting with the exact time of the visit? If you know.
Sakt nuk e din çfarë
I don't know exactly when they came, but it was around midday, or perhaps the first part of the day. I cannot remember exactly. But we were having a chat after this conversation took place. I explained everything that happened. And somebody said the Serbian forces are coming on the Sarajevo side, so I took a team, I went out, and then they went back where they came from quite quickly. So this meeting took place quite quickly. They went back towards Shala, and I went towards Sarajevo with some soldiers to see what was happening, in terms of assault. So, like I've said there, that's what happened. I don't really have anything else to say. It didn't take long. So everybody had something to say, very briefly. Actually, not everybody, but yes.
1998 or 1999, that meeting?
98.
1998.
You recall the month?
Duhet jetë gushti.
It would have been August, certainly.
And did the four people come alone, or were they accompanied by other soldiers?
S'm kujtohet.
I can't remember.
introduce themselves to you. I assume that you already knew Mr. Zula, is that correct, from before?
Oh,
Yes.
Also know the other three, Mr. Thaçi, Mr. Vesely, and Mr. Krasniqi from before? Had you already met them, or one of them?
këta tjerë po, Veselin,
The others, yes, I did. Vasily, I cannot remember having met him, other than the day he was in Tsarlev, when I mentioned that it was about the positions. But yes, I did know the others.
So I ask again, did they introduce themselves to you? For example, Mr. Thaçi or Mr. Krasniqi? How did you know that they were, in fact, Mr. Thaçi?
They didn't give out their names, sorry. Okay, so they didn't introduce themselves. We knew them already. So they didn't introduce themselves. Well, they just commenced the meeting, and as I've put it before, we just had the conversation as we did.
And in what capacity did the four come in order to speak with you?
normal.
Well, as I've said back then, certainly, and I've said it, they came from the general staff. All the central staff, whatever it was called back then.
Thank you. And I think you said yesterday that the four men came unannounced. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely true. They hadn't announced their arrival. I mean, how could they have announced it? We didn't have any radios or anything like that.
Maybe by courier.
No, unannounced.
Thank you. And what did they say about the purpose of their visit?
Well, they just spoke. Shukri must have told them something different, and then when they came over, it was different. So when it came to the order about the withdrawal, then they said it wasn't issued by us. He did this on his own, and then they said I was right to carry on with what I was doing. And they said, you will continue to be here as battalion commander, and he was sent to Nerodima as a zone commander. So it was a brief conversation. It didn't take all that long.
You said they were saying that. Who? Can you remember who said that, or who said what? Who spoke the most among the four?
To be honest, what each of them said I do not remember, but Azem, Sula and Hashim Thaçi spoke. Actually, yes, that's correct. But Rambuya also spoke. But what exactly they said, I cannot remember. I've forgotten.
Also, for the record, Rambuya, is that the brother of Mr. Shukri Buya?
Yes.
Thank you. And how were the four dressed? Were they wearing uniforms? And if so, what did these uniforms look like?
I cannot describe what attire they were wearing exactly, but it was in military fatigues, but I can't, not all of them actually. I can't remember. It's been such a long time. It's not as if I don't want to say, I just cannot remember.
Asking because I would like to know whether they were recognizable as KLA members or KLA officials.
Yes, as KLA officials.
Can you give us any further information about this meeting? For example, how long Did it last?
Yes, det är sagt.
No, I do not know exactly how long it lasted, but it didn't last very long.
Where exactly it took place, in a house, or was it outside?
It was in a house in Crimea. It was a house close to the mountains where we, the soldiers, stayed.
And how did the meeting end? How did the four leave?
As I already stated, after they asked for my opinion, then they said, okay, you carry on doing what you're doing, and you will continue to be battalion commander, and Shukri will go elsewhere. And everything is fine. And at that moment, somebody said, one of the soldiers, that there are Serbs are moving around, there are movements. I think this was from their base in Tsaralev, so I put together a team. I went over in the direction of Tsaralev, and they went back towards Shala. I do not know exactly where, but this is how they left. After the meeting ended, I took this team, we went to where the Serbian forces were, and they went back.
Thank you. My last questions pertain to part 9 of your interview with the SPO. This is exhibit P1115.9, page 20, and the following pages, where you talked about a forester who wanted to join the KLA and who was told by you that this was not a good idea because he would be seen by some as a Serb collaborator. Do you recall talking about this in your interview with the SPO?
Yes, I remember. I went to pick up a weapon. He gave me the weapon and he said, I'll come with you. And I said, no, because generally those who were working at the time, there might have been suspicions about them. So I didn't bring him with me. I simply picked up the weapon. So it's exactly what I've said earlier.
This incident approximately happened, was that in 1998 or 1999?
It was 1998.
And can you recall the month?
I can't remember exactly, I'm afraid. If I've stated it already, then it's precisely what I've said.
Recall whether it was in summer or in autumn or winter or in spring?
Normal.
It was summer, definitely the summer. It must have been the summer or even the autumn, but it was summer.
Thank you. Sorry.
It may have been June, actually. Something like that. It could be June.
Thank you. And in general, who decided within the KLA at that time whether a person could become a member or not?
As I said earlier, this was an army made up of volunteers up until the end, so the mobilization took part. But, as I've already mentioned, one would have to take their name, down their name and surname, so take down their data. And of course, that those who were working back then did not actually come over to join. So when Albanians were dismissed, those who remained, the suspicion was that they were collaborators. So there wasn't any other example, but because he was a forester, I said maybe it's best you don't come. The reason, because somebody could have said, for instance, that he might have been involved in wood felling and something like that. They might have been punished legally and lawfully. But because, say, for instance, somebody really has undertaken illegal felling, and then, but that's it really. So, during after the war, I saw him, I saw his wife, and so on.
And was there a procedure in place to find out whether someone was a spy or a collaborator?
They were separate things, so I wasn't there for that. Well, maybe the police had something to do with this, the service.
The police, you're referring to the military police?
Yes.
The
The military police might have dealt with this.
Thank you. Madam Court Officer, could I ask you to bring up Exhibit P1119 and go to paragraph 29. This is the preparation note 1. I was looking at the wrong monitor. Thank you. Witness, during your preparation session with the prosecution, you said, according to that preparation note about the session, you said the following in paragraph 29. You were asked what sector you meant, and you said that you meant the G2 sector, and you added that the military police would also assist in collecting information about suspicious people, informants, or collaborators. My question is, what is the G2 sector?
This was the service sector, as far as I know, the intelligence service.
And is it still your evidence that the military police had assisted in collecting information about suspicious people, informants, or collaborators? Collaborators, pardon.
It was just what I thought, because as one can see in the provisional regulation, there are certain items there that I think this is what they did, according to the provisional regulation I was shown.
So the basis for your assumption is solely the provisional regulation, is that right?
The regulation, and on top of that, the police, I think this was their job. They didn't have anything else to do.
Thank you. And who was responsible for dealing with a person who was positively identified as a spy or a collaborator? Was there a trial, or if you know?
Кто сидит?
Do not know about this. Responsible person? I do not know. In the battalion, we didn't have any.
So you don't know whether there was a court or a trial for a person who was identified, positively identified as a collaborator? In general?
Ja.
No.
Jag skapas.
No, we didn't have any such thing.
Person, a collaborator or a spy, be arrested and detained?
Den är jag.
Not in our battalion.
And as far as you know, in other battalions?
Nog är deporterat.
Do not know about the other battalions.
Did you ever see or hear about a person who was identified as or believed to be a collaborator?
Den är jag.
Not in our battalion.
So you don't know whose job or task it was to arrest and detain such a person, is that right?
Den nästan påstått med Mojtas.
They didn't have the right to detain anyone in our battalion, but as I said earlier, the police had that job to deal with them, but we didn't have anybody detained or stopped or detained in our battalion.
Thank you very much, witness. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Judge Barta. We'll have our morning break now. We will adjourn for a half hour. Please join the court usher leaving the room. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. All right, witness, we will continue with some questions from the panel. Judge Metro is next.
Thank you, Judge Smith. And Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Instance in relation to a number of discrete issues. The first one is the timing, or the approximate timing, when Haji Chala replaced Fatmi Alimai as commander of Brigade 121. And for that purpose, I'd like to take you to what you said to the ICTY on the 23rd of April of 2003, and for the record, that's V000-4378-1-A-TR-ET. It's page 52 in English and 50 in the Albanian. In that interview you had with the prosecutor of the ICTY, you indicated that you believed that the change of command between Mr. Chala and Mr. Limai took place right after or around the Holbrooke-Milosevic agreement. Do you recall saying that to the ICTY prosecutor?
Yes.
Do you recall that the Holbrooke-Milosevic agreement was reached on the 13th or 14th of October of 1998? Can you recall that?
I didn't know exact time of the agreement. This may have been later, I think in November. Later.
Well, in that case, let's have a look at, well, first thing, would you agree that your memory of these events would have been fresher in 2003 than it is today, 25 years after the fact? Would you agree with that?
Yes, yes. End of 98, I didn't know the exact date, but it was around that time.
Maybe a document that might help you with this. This is SPOE 00213630 to 33 ET in the English, and in the Albanian it would be SPOE 00213633 red. Just to explain to you what that is, sir, I suspect you haven't seen this before, but this is the record of an interview of a witness dated the 11th of June of 2018, taken by the Special Prosecution Office of the Republic of Kosovo, and the witness is Haji Chala. Do you understand what you're looking at, sir?
Yes.
Next page, in both languages. And further down in the English, please. Thank you. If you look, sir, at the towards the end of the page, Mr. Chala is asked, which brigades were you part of during the war and what was your position? Do you see that?
Yes,
yes. This is what he said at that time. This is what I said at that time, but he has confirmed what I said.
Just reading what he says is he says that he was the commander of the 121 Brigade from October 1998. Is that correct? And it's consistent with what you said?
It's correct.
The ICTY statement, he says November. Pretty clearly, in the quote right after what you read out, he says it decisively. He says it's November.
Well, you can take him there, Mr. Micetic, if you want, but the statement here says From October 1998 to the end, I was the commander of the 121 Brigade. That's.
I'm talking about the witness's ICTY statement.
I understand. I'm asking him about the one that's on the screen.
Okay, well, now the witness has given an answer that's consistent with what he said at the ICTY, and the portion was not read to him that he said in 2003 that it was November.
Well, Mr. Bichedic, as I said, you can put the question. The quote that's attributed to you, sir, and I'll ask you in those terms, you said, well, I think it must have been around that time, this Holbrooke-Milosevic agreement, right after this, or around this time, October, November. And then he's being asked, October, November. Probably it was somewhere in November. So that's sometimes in October or November, you had said, correct?
Exakt.
Correct.
Haji Shala was, as we've just seen a moment ago, in October 1998. Do you agree?
Pojďte.
I do.
You had said, correct?
Exakt.
Correct.
Now, you said that Haji Shala replaced Fatmi Alimai, and Fatmi Alimai went on, and you used the expression yesterday to go somewhere higher. Is it correct that you don't know what position Fatmi Alimai went on to take after he left the brigade?
That's correct. I don't know.
And just about Haji Shala Topi, can you confirm that before he became the commander of the 121 Brigade, he had been the head of the military police in the area? Do you know that?
Oh.
Yes.
While we are on the subject of the military police, can you tell us who Jet Hassani and Ayvaz Korpusi are, and what their functions were at the time?
Ayvaz Korpusi.
Ayvaz Korpusi.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Of allegations made against them that they committed crimes against civilians while being members of the KLA military police?
No.
Now, there's something else I want your clarification on. In your SPO statement, in various parts, you indicated that when Fatmi Alimai was the commander of the brigade, you made regular reports to him. Is that right?
Oh.
That's right, yes.
You made these reports in one of two forms, either in person when you would meet him or by courier. Is that right?
So.
Not when I met him, but I went to meetings. We went to meetings inside the facility where the meeting took place. Can we go back when you asked me about the police? I think you asked me something about the military police, about Ayet and Ayvaz, I think. Can you please repeat the question?
You're aware of allegations being made against both of these individuals, Mr. Korpusi and Mr. Hassani, that they had taken part in the commission of crimes against civilians while they were members of the military police.
Who made such allegations?
Of their crimes made those allegations. Are you aware of that?
No, I am not aware of that.
Ayvaz Korpusi, do you know where he's from? Is he from Chalet, Sedlar?
Yes.
Had a nickname at that time?
Oh.
Yes. For the moment I forgot, but he did have a nickname. Maybe I will recall it later. Arbeni. Arbeni was the nickname.
Now, back to my question about the communication with Mr. Limai by courier. Can you tell us how it functioned in practice? Would you write something on a piece of paper, give it to someone to carry it to Mr. Limai? How would you do that in practice?
Njerë një javë kemi pas mbledhjen.
We had the meetings every week, which I had to attend personally. As far as the daily report, I sent it to Dr. Fitim Selimi in Shar, and he sent it through someone to Kletsk.
And again, describe it if you can, how physically it was done. You would write something on a computer or on a piece of paper, and that would be brought to Mr. Limai?
Jo në kompjuter, se
Not in computer. We didn't have computers, but manually.
Would be used if Mr. Limai had to give you orders or instruction. He could send it to you via courier.
po,
Yes.
Or how would the courier know where to find Mr. Limai?
ka qenë
In Kletsk, he was based in Kletsk. The command, the staff of the brigade was located in Kletsk. It is a well-known fact.
That's useful. I have a very last question. I want to be sure that I've understood exactly what you said about your role as the battalion commander. Am I right in understanding that you were formally appointed to be the commander of the battalion in the middle of August of 1998?
në mes të gustit në
In the middle of August 98, I was appointed formally in writing. That is the decision. But even earlier, we functioned, operated as a battalion. But it was at that time that I received the oral formally.
Forming the de facto, if I can use a legal term, in effect, you were performing the functions of a battalion commander even before you were formally appointed in writing. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
That the case as well with the other members of the battalion, that before their formal appointment in August of 98, they were performing the same function they would do after the orders had been issued?
po.
Yes.
Thank you, sir, for your patience and for answering my questions.
Judge Gaynor?
Thank you, Judge Smith. Could I ask Madam Registrar, please, to bring up P1123 MFI? If we can go to the second page in English and Albanian. Mr. Witness, you were shown this document yesterday, and as you can see, at the top it appears to be a set of rules for the Sadik Shala PU battalion, and at the bottom it is signed by the commander of the PU. I'd like you, please, to read out loud the first bullet point of the rules. Could you just read it out loud, please?
Ja, së në lexoj shkrim.
I cannot read the handwriting. The military police has the duty. It is very difficult for me. The police has the duty. It's a meeting probably that was held by Haji Shalai with the 3rd Battalion, but it is very hard for me to understand what it says.
read out what it appears to say, and that is that the police has the right in the created situation to execute, arrest also battalion commanders in cases of violations of the rules. Do you see the word execute in the second line?
Sure.
I see that.
Could you, based on your experience within the battalion and dealing with the military police, could you explain what you understand the word execute to mean?
It's the first time after you read it out to me, I notice this word execute, which is not a good word. I don't know of any execution. I don't know why it's written here. I think you need to ask Haji. I have no answer for that.
What do you mean?
I don't think it's a good word to use. It's a bad word.
It's a bad word.
Because to execute, I have no answer for that. I'm surprised that they have written it. The police has the right to arrest. You can ask Haji.
What does the word execute mean?
To execute, to eliminate. Of course, I think you understand it too. It is translated.
A note for the record, because Mr. Witness, it seems you can't read the first part of the sentence, but it appears to say police, not military police, in the first couple of words. Is that right?
There was only one police, the military police, and he was the commander of that police. So it means the military police, since he was his commander. Why he has written that, I don't know.
We see the word police also used. So is it your understanding that police in the context of this document means military police?
Yes.
Could I move now to a separate subject, and that's the weekly meetings that you were just discussing with Judge Metro. And these took place in Kletsk, as you've told us. Where exactly in Kletsk did they take place?
Yes. They took place in the house of Afirmani in Kletsk. It was a house which was very close to Fatmir, in the sense of belonged to some of his relatives, where the brigade command was stationed.
This was an opportunity for Fatmir Limay, as the brigade commander, to meet the 4 battalion commanders, as well as the brigade military police commander, Hachi Shala. Is that a correct understanding?
Yes. In addition to that, there were some other staff members present.
Who they were?
There were some others, Cherkim Dugoli, Nasser Krasnichi.
And you said in your interview with the SPO that you first started, I'll give a reference to this. This is page 15 of part 2 of your SPO interview. The question was, these meetings that you attended in Kletsk, which was this period when you went there regularly once per week? Your answer was from the beginning of May of 98 all the way until the end of the war, with the exception of the time when the Serbs had penetrated through Klecz. Then we held the meetings in Novosel instead. Do you remember saying that to the prosecution's office?
Po,
Yes, yes, that's correct. But we went in May and June less often. After I received the decision on my appointment, I was obliged to go there weekly, except when there was some fighting going on. When the Serbs captured Klecz, we moved to Novosel.
Going back to May of 98, were the attendees still the commanders of the 4 battalions, as well as the brigade level military police commander?
po.
Yes.
Are these meetings?
Kommandant i brigaden.
The brigade commander.
Po.
Yes.
Approximately.
Nuk e di sakt.
I can't be accurate. We reported on our work. There wasn't any set time until every battalion commander reported on their work. And then we were done. We received the new tasks and we went back to our respective battalions.
Your evidence, I understand that the military police at the battalion level received their instructions from the brigade command and not from the battalion commander. Is that right?
Po, sakt.
Yes, correct.
In practice, how would they receive those instructions?
Po, sikur që e pat
After looking at this document, they operated in the same way as in the 3rd battalion, also in our battalion. Haji Shara came and met the military police, gave them tasks. I wasn't present, but from that document, I guess it must have been the case with us too. That is, he met with them.
Your weekly meetings of the brigade command, would Haji Shala or Fatmir Limai issue instructions to military police at the battalion level at those weekly meetings?
Jo.
No, no.
What would Haji Shala discuss at the weekly meetings?
Nuk më kujtohet që ka.
I don't recall that he ever took the floor.
In all of the weekly meetings that you attended?
Ndoshta ka folë.
Maybe sometimes, but I don't recall.
Did you at those weekly meetings ever discuss the problem of dealing with collaborators?
Po,
Yes. What do you mean by collaborators? I wasn't clear.
You discussed the problem of dealing with those who were suspected of collaborating with the Serb forces.
jo asnjëherë.
No, never.
The issue never arose at all?
Jo.
No. No, never.
Është një dokument.
There is a document which I was looking for. Actually, there is a document whereby I asked them to cooperate with me. There was an instance when an order was issued to get from the Albanians working abroad 2,000 Deutschmarks. And they took the passport from one co-villager and told him, we will give back your passport when you give us 2,000 marks. So I sent this document asking that they should consult me too, because this person, the said person I am referring to, had already helped us. And he came to me and said, they took away my passport. I said, who got your passport? He said, the police. I thought it was the Serb police. Azereluli was the name of this person. And so I asked the command in a written form to consult me in such similar cases in the future.
Can I ask you, I want to return to the military police at the battalion level. You did not exercise control over the military police in your battalion, correct?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Get along with the soldiers in your battalion? How did the military police officers get along with the soldiers in your battalion?
Mediocres.
Well, not bad.
Cooperative?
Sigurisht.
Yes.
I want to clarify an answer you gave yesterday about the military police. You were asked, I'm going to put to you that Fatmir Limay did not become the Chief of Military Police Directorate. And then you interrupted, one thing if I may. And then you said, just a second please. So yes, I selected them. I would send off the names and then they would approve them. So they didn't have to approve them. They could say so-and-so is not going through, but basically they were the ones to decide.
Oh.
Now I just,
Yes.
who's they and them in this instance? Could you clarify?
Io
please.
comanda brigades.
The brigade command. I refer to the brigade command. The police commander, there was a case when I proposed 2 persons to become members of the military police, and the answer came negative. I asked why is it a negative answer, and I have it in written form. So I asked the reason why. They said they are not good enough, and then at another moment they recruited them.
The brigade command were really the ones controlling the military police at the battalion level in every respect.
Commandanti.
The commander of the brigade, of the police commander, Haji Shala, that is, he was the man responsible for that.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Witness. Thank you, Judge Smith.
Any follow-up questions from the prosecution?
No, Your Honors.
I think you started, Mr. Roberts, anything?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Thaçi's attorney.
Yes, Mr. President. Just a few questions. Witness, Judge Barta asked you about the LPK and asked you if you could identify people who obtained a leadership role in the KLA because of their LPK membership. And you gave Judge Barta 4 names: Emrush Jemaili, Abbas Sukai, Garfour Elshani, and Ali Ahmeti. Do you recall those answers?
Ju lutem, Abbas Zhuka.
Abbas Zhuka is the same. It's Ali Ahmedi, but his nom de guerre pseudonym was such.
I'm just repeating.
Yes.
3 people obtained a leadership position in the KLA, correct?
I told you about this case. Emrush Jamali was in the war, but I told you about the instance when I submitted my request in Argao. Maybe I can explain it a little bit further now. So the main people came from LPK, like Azam Sula. I didn't want to go into details, but just I mentioned simply the people I sent the request to, Javid Halid, Azam Sula, who were the main people in KLA, and they belong to the LPK. And when I did say this was because that was the reality, and I didn't want to diminish the values of the LPK had during the war. So I didn't say this in an adverse manner, but I just did not wish to diminish the values of the LPK. And if one looks at the history, it's a truth universally acknowledged that the LPK actually organized this. It was LPK members. I didn't know every single one of them and did not know their positions either. But primarily, the general staff of the KLA came from LPK members. And back then, we were proud of this fact and them.
Know who was on the general staff during the war, correct?
Io credo
No, not all of them. I did not know that. I'm sorry, I didn't say all of them. No, I did not know all of them.
Initial question. Emruz Jemaili was not in a leadership position in the KLA. Is that yes or no?
Io lutem.
Please, sir. Let's take this slowly. This is not a yes or no. Emruz Jemaili, I have stated already. I said I submitted my request to Emruz Jemaili when I was in Argao. I do not know what position he held. I do not know.
So you don't know what position he held. How about
Yeah.
Ali Ahmeti?
No.
I
I do not know what position he held. Neither do I know his position.
Turning to another question Judge Barta asked you concerning the issue of collaborators and who decided to admit collaborators. Now, you've testified that when you went in to Kosovo, you went to Kroimir tasked with organizing the KLA in Kroimir, correct?
Yes, that's correct, indeed.
Who to admit? Did you have any? Who decided in Kroimir whether to admit someone who, for example, was working for the Serb, had been working for the Serb institutions? You're the organizer in Kroimir. Who tell us who made those decisions about who was trustworthy, who could be trusted in the KLA, and who was suspicious?
It never so happened that somebody would come in and was suspicious. Everybody who came in was admitted, and we had a book noting them down. So there's never been a case of not admitting anyone. I never did that. Whoever came in, they were admitted. As I said earlier, Serb collaborators did not join the KLA. Those who joined the KLA were people who wanted to liberate the country, and they were volunteers.
Anybody, you just assumed everybody that was coming in was doing so on a good faith basis? Okay.
Yes.
I gave an answer to Judge Barta, which I want to explore with you, about why there was a perception of collaborators. And you mentioned that because many Albanians had been dismissed from their positions in Serbian institutions in the 1990s, that those who were left behind were perceived to be collaborators. Or potentially collaborators. Do you recall that answer?
People thought so. So, as I said, of course, there were people who weren't such, but this is what the opinion was, the perception. I didn't say that I thought in the same manner, but this is what was generally thought to be the case.
My questions to you were, was this a widespread perception in the Albanian community in Kosovo that because of the
Yes, yes.
Albanians had been dismissed from their jobs in state institutions in the 1990s throughout Kosovo? Is that the reason for the suspicion?
Yes. Yes.
I want to show you again the document that Judge Matro showed you, which is V0004378-1-A-TR-ET, page 52. Okay, and I just want to read out your full answers, and I don't know if, I can't find it in the Albanian. But
I think it's the previous page in the Albanian, Mr. Micetic. It's page 550 in the Albanian.
Thank you, Your Honor. So in 2003, you said, and this is again, you were being asked when Haji Shala became the commander of the brigade. And you said, the question was, do you remember when, approximately when that was? And your answer then was, well, I think it must have been around that time, this Holbrooke-Milosevic agreement, right after this or around this time, October, November. The question then is, October, November of, and then you answer, probably it was somewhere in November. Do you see that?
I couldn't really know exactly, and I never knew the date because Haji Shala didn't come to us and say, today I became brigade commander. I just said generally and approximately it was then, and I stand by it.
That as far as you recalled in 2003, you thought it was November, but if it was earlier than that, we'd have to ask Haji Shala, correct?
So he would know exactly. I didn't know exactly, but approximately. And back then I said what I did say, so I think that was it.
And then,
Don't know whether you understand where I'm coming from.
just pull the document back up that Judge Gaynor showed you, which is P1123 MFI. Now, witness, Judge Gaynor asked you some questions about that first bullet point, and you were asked about the word execute, but I want to continue on the next few words there and ask you if my understanding is correct, and if you read it the same way I do. The police has the right in a created or given situation to execute, arrest also battalion commanders. Do you read that to mean that what's being said here is that the military police has the right to execute battalion commanders? Is that how you read that?
It's written there.
You were a battalion commander. So I'm wondering whether you,
Yes.
Commander Topi, issuing an order or instructions that the military police could execute people like you. Did you ever hear that?
No, to execute, no, I never heard any such thing about executions. But the other things I did hear about, but in terms of execution, this is the first time I see of it. But the others to ask us questions, to the battalion commander as well, yes.
Do you have any...
also to take the weapons away from the battalion commander. Yes, I've heard that as well, but not execution.
Do you have any understanding of what was happening in August of 1998 such that Commander Topi would instruct the military police that it had the right to execute battalion commanders? Why would he issue that kind of instruction? If you know.
No comment immédiat. No.
I do not know. I can't know.
Concludes my question.
Mr. Emerson, any questions?
Yes, but not very many. Witness, I'm asking you questions on behalf of Kadri Vasili. And you'll remember that during the questions that were asked of you by Judge Barter, and I'm going from really page 43 to 46, he asked you certain questions about an occasion in August 1998 when 4 members of the General Staff, you said, had spoken to you briefly about the dispute between yourself and Shukri Bhuya. You remember the judge on the right-hand side asking you those questions?
Yes.
I'm going to put my case to you very clearly on this. Mr. Vasili has no recollection of being present at any conversation with you and the other people that you mentioned in August 1998 in Crimea. And I just want to ask you some questions about the answers that you gave to Judge Barter on this. I'm looking at the moment at page 45, line 20, where you say it was a brief conversation, it didn't take that long. And I think I'm right in saying that your overall evidence is that the conversation was interrupted by a Serb offensive or information coming in that there was a Serb offensive, and you went off in one direction with your soldiers towards where you thought the offensive was, and they disappeared in a different direction. Is that correctly understood?
Please. The meeting ended, the decision was taken, and then we left. But that day, Kadri Vasili was there with them. They were all together. And news was received by a soldier that there were movements. So I took a team with me and went over in that direction. They went back. Which direction they went to, I do not know, but they do. And the names that I've already given were including the ones that were there.
There's a possibility.
And Kadri Vasili that day did not take the floor. He said nothing.
Why I want to just see if there's a possibility that your memory is playing tricks with you. Because you were asked by Judge Barter quite specifically, you say that they were saying that. Can you remember who said that? Who said what? Who spoke the most among the 4? And you said, to be honest, what each of them said, I do not remember. But Azam Sula and Hasim Thaçi spoke. Actually, yes, that's correct. But Rambuya also spoke. But what exactly they said, I can't remember. Do you remember saying that just this morning?
Yes, yes, I do. It's quite well what I've said. It's correct.
I was asking you which of the 4 did the most speaking. You replied by naming 3 people who did the most speaking, correct? That's to say, Mr. Sula, Mr. Thaçi, and Mr. Bouya.
Oh.
Yes.
You've said that both Mr. Vasily, who didn't speak, and Mr. Krasniqi, who, as you've heard, does not accept either that he was there, that there were 5 people there in that group.
Oh.
But when
Yes.
you named 3, can you help us? Are you sure that Mr. Vasily was there?
You låter...
Please, sir. Yes. Jakub too. But I said these 3 took the floor. They spoke. That's what I said. I said the 3 of them took the floor. The other 2 didn't. I didn't say there were only 3 there. And I've just stated this.
You didn't say that. You said there were 3 there in answer to a question from Judge Barter. Which of the 4 spoke most? And is it your evidence then that Judge Barter's question was based on a false premise, that in fact there were 5 and not 4? Judge Barter asked you, let me read it to you again.
Yes.
5.
Saying that
5, I said.
3 of whom spoke.
Oh.
Yes. Yes.
And you said, no, I knew them from before, correct?
Jag säger...
No, yes. Yes, we did know them, so they didn't introduce themselves.
By saying that, as far as Mr. Vasily is concerned, you'd only met him once. Is that right?
Yes, I remembered him, obviously, yes.
At that time, did you?
Jag sekundit.
No, I didn't know.
You're sure after...
When I had first seen him, when I first saw him, I didn't know. So when we gave the positions, I didn't know he was a member of the General Staff. I thought he was a person of a certain position, but exactly what position he held, I did not know. So...
is there a possibility you might have been mistaken as to who was at that meeting?
Ja, nog...
No, hang on, please. I do remember this because it was important. It could so happen that things like that might happen. And of course, what I've stated has been taken down. And what I've said earlier is with the prosecution, with the court, and it can be read. It's not like I'm just saying it today. I'm defending what I've said earlier. But it could happen. After 25 years, it's quite normal that one forgets, that things are forgotten. But let me tell you something. The truth is never forgotten. The truth is not forgotten. A lie, yes, one can forget a lie because you don't know exactly what you said when. But I have tried to tell the truth, and that is why I have not forgotten.
You, in this respect, of not trying to tell the truth. The question I'm asking you is, it's not simply lies that get forgotten, is it? You know from your own experience that it's often difficult to remember details of events that took place 25 years ago. And sometimes we rely on false memories to create yet further false memories. I mean, let me put it to you finally like this. Can you sit here and swear on your honor that you are sure that Mr. Vasily was at that meeting?
Yes.
May
I also tell you something? The soldiers also know because they knew this. It's an event which I have put down on paper. And that is why I said earlier that for the sake of defending the war, I am quite capable of sending evidence to the court for what I've said. I can do this. When I get home, for instance, I can send you evidence of these things so that we can defend the KLA war. And here, I can even find the soldiers who were present that day and get them to write you a letter for you to receive here in court. Thank you for listening.
If anybody needs you to follow up with further information, I'm sure you will be asked. And not a great deal turns on the question I was asking you. I simply wanted to see whether you were sure. And in your own mind you are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Emerson. Mr. Ellis?
No, thank you, Your Honour, nothing.
All right. Witness, you are finished with your testimony, and you will be allowed to leave the court now, and we wish you well. We thank you for being with us and for sharing your information with us and for your candor with everyone in the courtroom. Please, you may leave the courtroom with the court usher at this time. And once again, thank you.
I would like to thank you too, Your Honours. Thank you. Thank you.
The next witness is going to, since he's a protected witness, will take a little time. Yes, did you?
Yes, Your Honor, I just wanted to say that we are ready, safe for the change of room.
Yeah, but the registry has to do a few things. So that would take us almost up to the time of break anyway, so we'll just take the break now. We'll be back here at 2:30, and we will start with the next witness. We are adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. I understood you have something to bring to our attention.
Yes, Mr. President, although I don't know why I can't hear you. Okay. All right. Mr. President, we received an email about 30 minutes ago about a change to the witness order. Okay. Well, we just wanted to note that our objection to the change in the witness order, it's less than 24 hours notice now. Part of our team is scheduled to leave tonight, and we frankly weren't anticipating that.
We had it briefly explained to us. We're never going to get to that witness this week anyway.
Well, it might be different, and so that in case that happens, we want to put it on the record.
We are not going to get to that witness this week.
Okay, all right. I withdraw the objection.
Sorry, Your Honour, to be absolutely clear, the team members that need to leave the country can then leave the country?
Look, physically impossible to go through all the witnesses that you've got and the cross-examination times and end up with time left over tomorrow. So.
Sorry, Your Honor, just briefly, the point was, in fact, if the cross-examination times were not accurate and things move faster, all we were saying is that if the court wanted, we do have someone ready, but of course we're in your hands.
I understand that and appreciate it, but we have to kind of plan a realistic program also, and so I think, given the circumstances, we'll go with what I already said, and that is we will not get to that witness. But I appreciate everybody bringing it to our attention, and if everybody's ready, we can start on the next witness. Everyone is still present in the courtroom. We're going to start on 4741's. No, we did that already. Start on 4850. So, Madam Usher, you may bring the witness in. So the change in order of the witness, there is no real objection to the change in order, just because of the time frame.
I understand from the email that now there won't be a change in the order because starting next week, it'll be kept in the same order.
Oh, okay. That's okay, too. Thank you. We would have been a little more on point with this, but we hadn't read it either. If we didn't even know it had been sent. Just remain standing, witness. Witness, just remain standing. The court usher will now provide you with the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141, subparagraph 2 of our rules. So read this out loud. This is your declaration.
Solemn declaration according to Rule 141. Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you, and you may be seated. Witness, are you hearing the translation all right?
Yes.
Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last all day, one full day. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first. Thereafter, victims' counsel will be asking you questions. After victims' counsel, the defense has the right to ask questions, and members of the panel might also have questions for you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 1 hour. Victims' counsel estimates that he will need 15 minutes. The defense estimates that it will need 3 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in their use of the time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will try to clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days while you're giving evidence to this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside this court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks for any reason, please make an indication and we will accommodate your need. Any questions?
No.
And with the prosecution, they're seated to your left. Please give them your attention. Madam Prosecutor, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, witness. We've met before, but I will introduce myself again. I'm Dunia Hatabi with the prosecution, with the SPO today. I'll be asking you some questions for the next hour or so. Before I ask the presiding judge to move into private session in order to obtain information to establish your identity, I will note that, as I explained during your preparation session last week, rather than asking you questions about every relevant issues that you may have information about, it may be possible to admit some of your prior statements containing such information in evidence. In order to do so, there are several procedural steps to follow, which I will turn to after establishing your identity. Your Honor, we need to go to private session in order to obtain some identifying information.
Sorry, Madam Court Officer, for the protection of the witness, please take us into private session.
Your Honor, we're in private session.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I am now going to ask to move back into open session to show you some documents and ask you questions. The documents concern your prior statements before the investigating judge and your prior statement at trial. They will not be shown to the public, and you should not refer to the specific investigation or the case you testified in. Do you understand?
Yes.
Your Honor, could we go back into open session, please?
Please into open session.
Your Honor, we're in public session.
Thank you.
The items I will be asking to be shown today are not for public broadcast. Madam Court Officer, could you please pull up SPOE 000-89545-000895570 red, side by side with SPOE 000-89571-000-89595 red. The first page is for both, please. Witness, did you testify in the investigation referred to on the date indicated?
Yes.
Go to the last pages of both documents, please, focusing on So now focusing on the English document on the right side of your screen. If you look, document on the left side of the English document, do you recognize your signature, Mr. Witness, at the bottom of the page?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Officer. I'd like now to show the witness SPOE 0009352-00092-379 red, side by side with SPOE 0009380-0009247 red. The first page is for both, please. Witness, did you testify in the case referred to here, on the date indicated?
Yes.
Do you recall being provided with an opportunity to provide clarifications in relation to these statements last week?
Yes.
Recall that you made some clarifications to these prior statements.
Yes, I remember.
And do you recall that these clarifications and corrections were included in a note which was read back to you?
Yes, I do.
Taking into consideration the corrections as set out in the note, is the information provided in the statements that I referred you to today accurate and truthful to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, true. They are true.
Subject to the corrections set out in the note, do the statements I refer you today accurately reflect what you would say if you were examined about the events recorded therein?
Yes, correct.
I'd like to seek admission of the prior statements, the relevant ERNs of which are set out in the 20th of April 2024 email and in Annex 1 to Prep Note 1, which is ERN 120604-120611. And we also tender this note into admission. No, Your Honor.
None.
None, Your Honour.
No objection, Your Honour.
SPOE 0089545 to 0008957 RED, and SPOE 0002352 to 00092-379, and the note are admitted and will be assigned exhibit numbers.
Your Honor, the first record of statement SPOE 0008951 to 000895595 RED for the Albanian, and SPOE 000895458 0008957 RED for the English will be assigned exhibit P1127 and will be classified as confidential. The second statement, SPOE 0009230 to 00092407 RED for the Albanian, and SPOE 0009235 to 00092-379 RED for the English will be exhibit P1128 and will be classified as confidential. And lastly, the preparation note 120604 to 120611 will be assigned exhibit P1129 and will be classified as confidential.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Your Honor, on the 20th of April 2024, we submitted a proposed summary for this witness's evidence, now admitted under Rule 154. To the panel, the defense, and the victims, we haven't received any objections, so with your leave, I would read the document, the summary.
You may proceed.
4850 has knowledge that a person was arrested and taken away by KLA members in 1999. 4850 also heard about other individuals being taken away by KLA members around the same time. 4850 subsequently tried to obtain information from former KLA members about the whereabouts of one of these individuals, but no relevant information was provided. 4850 learned that this person had been mistreated during detention. This person is still missing. Your Honor, we will need to move into private session for my next set of questions.
All right, into private session, please, Madam Court Officer, for protection of the witness.
Your Honor, we're in private session.
Thank you.
Okay,
You
good.
may proceed.
Witness, we are now in private session.
Witness, we'll give you a 10-minute break. Are you hearing me, witness? We will give.
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
You can go with the court usher, and she'll take you to the waiting room.
Okay.
So we're adjourned until 3:40. Oh, I'm sorry, we're in private session too. Please, back to public session.
Your Honor, we're in public session.
Now we're adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Madam Usher, please bring the witness in. All right, witness, we will continue with questions from the Thaçi defense. Ms. Tavakoli, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I just want to check a point that, an answer that you made before the break, if I can. And the transcript reference for those...
We're in an open session.
Oh, sorry. Please can we go to close? Private session.
Witness, your testimony is completed. You will be allowed to leave now. Thank you for being with us. We appreciate you being here and sharing your information with us. I know it was difficult for you. So thank you again for being here, and you may leave now with the court usher.
I want to thank you very much.
Back into public session, please.
Your Honor, we're in public session.
So it looks like this, yes, looks like this is it for today. The other witness is not available yet. We'll be in the morning, so we will start tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Anybody have anything else? I see you on your feet, Mr. Tully.
Yes, Your Honour. Very briefly, the Salimi team will go first on cross-examination tomorrow of 2951, followed by Thaçi, Vaselli and Krasniqi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there being nothing else, we are adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise.